cold tonight. Okay. We did some side quests. I think where I'm going now is to shut down the tower for the neural link. Goose. Alright. That's right, I just cleared out that event with the house. Okay. That's not how foxes travel through water. These weird semi-aquatic foxes. Oh, I must have missed a turn.
These will keep.
Herbs are full, resources are good. Alright, there'll be a campfire on the way. That's the way I need to go. I was gonna fight it, but if it's just gonna walk away, then I don't really care. need to climb here. Okay, well... They don't register as hostile, so that's cool. Why did I ever worry? Horse was just walking up the mountain behind me. No big deal.
Trees are getting dense and tangled.
Are they? They don't really seem that way to me. Oh, maybe up ahead they are. Let's see if I have anything to sell. Whew.
For both our sakes, let's go! There are the handholds, right where you said they'd be. Did you get that, Silence? No? Fitting name you got there.
I've been wondering about that. Oh.
Alright, what now?
You wait, that's what. Take a seat at the campfire and rest. When night falls, we'll talk.
At least I'll have a fire to keep me company. How nice of you to finally drop by.
Our purpose this night is to crash the Focus network.
Yeah, tell me the part I don't know. How?
For starters, you'll need to infiltrate the Eclipse's main base.
What?
That's right. Fortunately for you, I brought you around to the back way. It's right through that crevice. Once you reach the base, you'll see the objective. A derelict tall neck that's been extensively modified. Climb the tall neck. Grafted into the top of its disk, you'll find a module of sorts. Destroy that, and the Focus network will crash.
So you were part of the Eclipse?
I've never been part of anything. I serve my own interests, always. But it is the case that I assisted the Eclipse before I sensed the threat they might become. It was a mistake that I'm doing what I can to correct.
What sort of assistance did you give them?
Head through that crevice, Aloy. You have more important things to do than ask questions.
That was an interesting sound.
Let's see what's through here. Quantum machines. Patrolling my guards.
They're like soldiers, held in reserve for a war yet to come. You'll have to get past them.
This is the easy way in?
The back way in. I think so to be easy.
All that. Get some flowers.
Squeak B.
B, hello. How are you
More
doing?
shooting at cute things.
How did that hit me? God damn.
Squeak B. Said. Doing all right. Squeak B. Said. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Fear the fire chicken. No sleep. Damn it. I gotta say, its flaming subwoofer is kind of cool, but turkey. My friend's cat did pass away this morning, so that kind of sucked.
Okay. That helps.
Squeak B. Said. I'm so sorry for them. Squeak B. Said. How horrible.
But there was, I mean, there was nothing to do with the kind of, I mean, it's hard to tell, it was so fast, but what it looks like it was the type of...
You're heading in the wrong direction, Aloy. Turn back around.
Shut up, Silence. Live up to your name. With the type of infection it had, there was, like, there was nothing to do. Literally, if a cat does happen to be susceptible to this thing, then no. It gets infected with it, it's a death sentence. That's it. So. Crafting, potions.
Squeakby said, "Is there a shot for it? I am almost glad not to know of it when the shitties were little, otherwise I would have stressed so much."
No. No. It is so rare to get. Like, it basically... Most cats that are affected by it are under 2 years old. And... even if they do catch it, only 1 in 100 finds it fatal. The others just find it like a flu or a cold or something like that. And it's hard to check for it in blood tests.
Squeakby said, "I see." Squeakby said,
It either
"Poor
manifests
kitty."
in, like, you have a wet and a dry version. Cat who has a dry infection, and it affects, like, the eyes, the brain, a lot of stuff in the head. And this one, sometimes they can live through, and if you see anything, it'll, like, show up in their eyes. But if they get the wet version, then it affects, like, the digestive tract, the lungs. And it causes fluid to build up around the abdomen. And if they can siphon off some of that fluid, then they can test that and tell whether or not the cat's infected. There is a chance that if they essentially sedate the cat and just keep drawing off fluid and drawing off fluid, if it's healthy enough, it may survive. But you're talking, again, about 1 in 100. So most of the time they're like, no, just put the cat down. And because it's so rare, and it's so hard to determine, like, most of the time when they find out about it, they only learn what it was with, like, a post-mortem autopsy. Since it's so uncommon to be able to, well, to put it bluntly, get viable test subjects. And so rare to even diagnose it or be able to have any sort of in-between to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, this is useful.
There are very few treatments, and they've tried to come up with a vaccine, but they have so little to go on, and they can't really tell whether something works or not. Even the vaccine is like, maybe it helps. After looting that turkey, I might be able to make another potion. Cool. So no, it's super uncommon. There isn't much to do to treat it, and there isn't much to do to prevent it.
So just so many factors against it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Squeakby said, "Is your friend someone I know or someone you talked about before?"
I've talked about them a little bit. They've shown up on the stream a couple of times. They're actually somebody that I would like you to get to know. Because both of you have certain, elements of your past that you could kind of, or even of your life, that you could help each other with to some extent. And she's just generally a good person. Fuck.
Squeakby said, "I think I know who you are talking about."
I mean, it's possible.
Squeakby said, "Yeah, okay."
She's only been on the stream a couple of times, and...
Said. Well, now might not be a good time to make a connection, but eventually that might be cool.
Keep that
Well, I'll
phone.
tell you what, I'll give you her contact info, and then... I will let you determine when you want to do that.
Why are you headed the wrong way? Turn back around.
Shut up, Silence. I'm trying to find that tree again. There it is.
Explosions in the distance.
Pay that no mind. Doesn't concern you.
Oh, there's just a faster way up that I missed and traveled around the entire area. Okay. No, drop off the thing. Thank you. Shit. Oh, well, apparently a ruined Deathbringer makes a happy little sunshade. Okay, it looks like we've got 6 scrappers. 6 scrappers. Alright. Let's see if there's any skills I can use. You saw nothing? You saw nothing? I guess they're gonna see me now. Yep. Now it's a party and everybody's on my ass, okay. fucking dodge roll, come on! Or, I was gonna try to climb the rock, but I guess I can't climb the rock. There's only one to go. Really? Double really? I was so confident I finished it off with a regular old arrow. Of course, now I'm fucked because my herbal supply is depleted.
Oh. Can't be too prepared.
It's funny, early game I was saving my potions and using my herbs all the time. But now, late game, the herbs are so fucking useful. It's like, I generally just burn through my potions first if I can help it. Like, I saved the really good stuff.
The tall neck's just over this ridge. You'll see it when you reach the top. Now be ready to act fast. You need to get in and get it done before they raise an alarm. Here we go.
Oh, fuck. I wanted to get ready first.
You getting this? I see the legs of a tall neck down there, but no tall neck.
Damn. The transmitter's been moved. Check down the ravine to the left. Only place it could be.
So much for your insider knowledge. Toward the explosions. Great.
You've got exactly one shot at this, Aloy, so spare the sarcasm and make it count. You see that bridge over the ravine?
Yep.
Memorize its location. There's a rappel point on the side. That'll be your way out.
And these Eclipse troopers?
Avoid them or kill them, your choice. The blasting should cover any noise you make. Find the tall neck and destroy the module on top.
Here we go.
Don't.
Can't sleep. Can't think.
Would have been happy to make jumping in my choice and not theirs, but okay.
Dust, sweat, thirst.
Let's do this.
Damn it all! That's what happens when you play with explosives, buddy. You know what? Kill me. Just let me reload. Or don't kill me. I'll just see if I can stand behind one obstacle and beat you all to death. That'd be funny. Oh, I didn't get leader strike, did I? That's okay.
We'll reach you wherever you go. You're finished.
Cute little dodge roll he did there, taking an arrow to the face and using it to tumble forward.
You won't survive this. You can't evade the shot.
Almost had him, too. Can't complain too much for that.
I do not understand what the shadow needs from the tall neck. It helps the priest see the unseen.
I only have one skill point. Okay, then we won't.
Come out of the shadows.
But I thought your whole thing was the shadows.
Anything out there?
We got a killer out there. Come on, I'll make it quick. What?
That was easy.
Gonna come in handy.
right in his butt.
Haven't you got anything better to do?
Okay, boss, the other guy just died. Oh, how awesome that would be to see the guy just like, yeah, boss, I'm telling you, like, everything was fine, and all of a sudden, my buddy just...
The shadow commands it.
No, not the loot! Really?
I'll find you. It's inevitable.
Oh, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will, buddy. Right in the shin bones. Okay.
Is there fighting up ahead?
No. It's a mining operation. So long as you're quick, it won't affect you.
Oh, good. Another secret.
Quick check to see if there's anything. No. Okay. Just dead guys to loot. Oh, and treasure chests.
Save this for later.
Health potion. Health potion.
What is this place?
A distraction.
There are several data points.
Okay, there's that. Alright. I'm gonna read or listen to one, and I'm gonna take a quick smoke break.
Every morning, I wake to the same nightmare. The same reality. Holy Meridian in the hands of profligates. Debased. The spire, towering above the horizon like a glittering spike through the center of my mind. Every daybreak in exile is a mark of failure, but the count of days runs thin. I will see Meridian retaken, the profligates slaughtered, a true king restored to the Mesa throne. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy.
That voice is familiar. Not in-game, but just as a voice actor. Can't put my finger on it, though. Anyway, quick break. BRB. Okay, I am back.
Squeak B said,
Thank you, B.
WB.
By the way, how are you feeling?
Squeak B said, stilling coughing and peeing a little each time.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
Squeak B said, I hate it. Squeak B said, I hate it so much.
So long as King Itamen languishes at sunfall, coddled by his mother, he will never learn the true lessons of the sun. I have tried to instruct him, but the shadow of his mother's influence is upon him. I took him to the palace balcony to behold an offering of
Squeak B
sacrifice in the ring,
said,
but he showed
can't
no
wait till
thirst
I am
for it.
old and my bladder is this
He
unreliable
averted
all
his
the time.
gaze.
Squeak
Look to
B
the sun, I told him.
said,
Do not shield your eyes.
cool.
In all things it is absolute. One day it nurtures life, and the next scorches life away. It burns the skin of champions and wretches alike. Never does the sun show pity. That is the example a Sun King must follow. The example of your father. But before my instruction could take hold, she was there, clutching him to her robes, burying his face against her breast. How is a king to rule when he cannot even see?
Itaman or Itamin, whatever it was, was the older brother of the current Sun King.
My lord, the 13th king of the Karja Sundom was murdered, cut down by cowards who mistook firm rule for madness. Ever the strong are beset upon by the weak. So he said, as the traitors launched their assault, as their cannons forged by Oseram filth toppled the battlements and burst the gates. I would have fought to the end, but it was his will, the will of the sun, that I lead the prince and queen into the west, to safety. My lord did not hesitate. He saw his fate. He looked into the sun, and he did not blink. With me, he sent kestrels, nobles, sun priests, and slaves. Killing all that stood in the way, I carved a path to sunfall. There, we joined others to gather the strength to take back our home. But our strength only faded until the buried shadow was brought to light.
Squeak said, so this voice actor is Crispin Freeman. been in
Crispin
lots of
fucking
anime.
Freeman! Oh my god! I didn't recognize him!
Said,
Shit!
lots of
Ah!
Squeak B said,
Hold on.
lots and lots of
Hold on. Oh my god, I am ashamed of myself. Thank you for pointing that out, B. Okay, so the thing is, I really like him. That's why he's familiar. He played the voice of the villain of Lord Raziel in Angel Sanctuary, which basically the anime only started and then got canceled. But I think that I really loved his performance there, and he did a great job. And of course, he did Alucard in the Hellsing, at least the OVA. I don't know how the TV series went, but this and Straight Cougar in Scried, which I like the series. It's goofy, it's cheesy, it's totally over the top, but one of my favorite characters in the whole show. Anyway, there used to be an anime convention that
Squeakbee said.
Okay.
Oh, I seen Scrod.
Yeah, the guy with the crazy hair. His whole thing was about going fast.
Said, I think I own a DVD of it.
He would transform any vehicle he was in to give it super speed. Even if he didn't have a vehicle, he could just change his boots, his shoes, into super speed things. Anyway, we used to have a local, not here, but nearby anime convention. And I really liked it. It was one of these things that, because it wasn't super huge, it felt a lot more like a big party. It was a lot more close-knit than a lot of anime conventions, at least the ones that I've gone to. And he was doing a signing there to promote Hellsing. And most people coming in with posters or memorabilia. But at my local Dollar Tree, I found a pair of perfectly round yellow sunglasses. And, boy, you really cannot see it on here. But down at the bottom right here above my thumb, is there any way... Those little black scribbles are his signature. Right there.
Squeakbee said, dang, that's really cool.
And that was a, hold on just a second. And with a lot of stuff, he was just, writing quotes from Hellsing on there. But in this particular case, I came up and I was like, hey, I realize this is kind of goofy, but I did tell him where I got them, right? It was funny that I literally just happened to see these, because it was so close. I didn't get a hotel room there. I would drive home and then come back the next day. So when I found out he was going to be there, I bought the sunglasses literally for $1, and I showed up the next day and was like, hey, this is going to be a little silly, but I set them out on the little podium he had next to him. I was like, can you sign these? And he looks down and he has this moment, and he literally just threw his head back laughing, oh, that is perfect. And it's one thing to have somebody sign something, but to have them be excited to sign it is also just a really good feeling, So yeah, voice actor that I really like, to get that sort of a reaction, to have it on the fucking sunglasses. It's
Squeakbee said,
it's cool. It's cool. And yeah, some people said you ever gonna sell them? And I was
Squeakbee
I don't know.
said, great story.
I wouldn't sell it. I would not let them go for any less than 10 grand. Bottom line, that's my bare minimum.
When I first set eyes on the buried shadow, I trembled. Was I not the chosen of the sun? A blazing light of faith to shred and scatter darkness? Was it not my place to destroy this devil? But High Priest Bahavas instructed me in the prophecy, and and set right my frame of mind.
Squeak B. Said,
The murder of the true
I
Sun
mean
King
really
broke the
personal,
cosmic
great story
cycle
to you.
Yeah, yeah. And again, to have his actual signature, not just a quote, on the sunglasses that match the anime, almost match it. Like, still, just... Oh, did I accidentally kill the dialogue by... You know, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, it was, big thing. Big thing.
Never does the sun show pity. And yet, when my wife died in birthing, and in dying ended the life of my child unborn, I pitied myself. My lord sensed this, but instead of casting me down for weakness, he cast upon me a radiant beam of honor. He ordered my kin buried in the sacred caves reserved for royals and heroes. Unimaginable. Never again would I doubt that I am the chosen of the sun. Never again would pity find a place in me. Not for myself, or another.
Squeak B. Said, he def has a commanding voice.
He does, but he can also be goofy when he wants to. If you ever see the original TV series for Record of Lodoss War, he was like the knight who was the hero in that. And he's...
Rick skimming.
RX, hello!
Hey.
It isn't really commanding. It's more upbeat and
Said,
outgoing.
hey RX.
And funny
Rick
thing,
skimming.
now that I think about it,
Said, hey B.
I think that from my like perspective, if I would have had just like a headcanon voice for Sephiroth, he would have been the guy.
When sleep refuses
Rick
to come,
skimming.
I think
Said,
of our wedding night.
I've been playing a lot of
How you
RPG TA.
welcomed me to the marital bed.
Squeak
How
B.
after, when you
Said,
fell asleep,
oh,
I lay there watching your delicate face. For all its beauty, I detested its
Squeak B.
fragility.
Said, you're being a good boy in there,
Rage
right?
swelled up inside me.
Squeak B.
I abhorred
Said,
that bed.
no
How its
murdering.
softness threatened to swallow
Squeak
us up.
B. Said,
And that room, the
For
stench
money
of
laundering.
incense, the fine embroidery of the
Squeak
drapes,
B.
all of it
Said,
weak.
or drug dealing.
I slipped from the
Rick
bed,
skimming.
threw open the casement,
Said,
and lay naked on the
LOL,
stone
I join
floor,
a gang XD.
determined to
Squeak
spurn
B.
all seductions of
Said,
comfort.
RX. Squeak B.
But when I woke the next morning,
Said, that's a
you lay
no-no.
beside me, naked as I in the cold. Your body, stretched beside mine, seemed chiseled from stone. I saw you wake,
Squeak B.
instantly alert, like an
Said,
animal ready to strike.
your video game mother raised you better
You
than
said
that.
nothing. You did not have to. Already you had shown me beyond doubt that we were meant
Rick
to
skimming.
be.
Said, LOL, I needed fast money, it was the only way.
A lot of RPGTA. Okay. Oh, so the roleplay servers? Joined a gang. Okay. I need fast money was the only way. Are you doing okay, RX? I know a while back you streamed, but I wasn't able to catch it. Doesn't seem like you've been around
Squeak
much.
B. Said, you could have just gone into a strip club and get a job there. Squeak B. Said, sex work is real work after all.
He's a fanatic, all right. Single-minded.
The deep scheme of focus that you seem to lack. Now how about finding that tall neck?
It would not have been easy to drag the Tallneck down his path. Why bother?
Just find it and get to the top. Destroy the module and then get out fast as you
Skimming.
can.
Sure is a
Said.
lot of blasting out there.
LOL is too
Sounds
late now.
busy.
I'm from the hood now.
Busy
LOL.
enough not to notice you, let's hope.
It's late now. I'm from the hood now.
I see it.
Squeak B
Thanks.
said. Tuesdays are a golden hour where all the grannies get
Some
in at
kind
a
of
discount.
Structure around it.
Squeak B.
Climb it. The
Said.
sooner this is done, the
Tisk
better.
tisk.
I don't like this. Feels wrong.
Everything here is wrong. Just get to the module and destroy it.
Could it be a trap?
Oh, a signal's nearby.
Rick skimming. Said. Yeah, I'm doing good. Just took a break.
Alright, alright. As long as you're doing okay. Well, I didn't want to interact with it yet, but okay.
The module.
Good. Now be quick.
This is Hades.
Aloy, this is not the time.
It's a metal devil.
Open the module's casing, now. Aloy, do as I say or all is lost.
Entity has come here. Entity miscalculated. Entity cannot destroy me. I am beyond its reach.
Maybe you are. But this isn't!
Destroy the entity.
You know, with all the different names in this and what they've been putting together,
Squeak B said. New tall neck. Squeak B said. Baby.
they'd already essentially like broken it apart and killed it, and it was just being tortured. It's for its own good. With the way, like, how crazy would it be? How crazy would it be, considering, and especially with who owns what game, like, IPs now?
Squeak B.
And the way that she looks,
Said.
and the way that the
Cry.
game plays. Could there be some sort of weird, because, like, all the robots came from a corporation called Pharaoh, and they all had Egyptian titles to them, and now the big bad in this is Hades, and you've got Greek culture, and weird idea, but Horizon God of War? I mean, something about the aesthetics work in a weird kind of way.
Keep running!
Escape sequence, I like it.
Yeah, you think? What do you think I'm doing? Taking a nap? Are you kidding me?
Jump out. I keep wanting to call her Alloy. I mean, that is another thing that I like. Like, I know it's Aloy, but I think it should have been Alloy. That would have been perfect.
Are you kidding me?
Don't fight. Keep moving.
Zip under.
Come on.
Don't forget.
Got it.
No, it's Aloy. It is Aloy, but to me, calling her Alloy, since that's a metal blend, you know, anything that's an alloy is...
Said. No, I like Canadian eye. Squeak B. Said. I know I get you. Squeak B. Said. Sorry, struggling with the TDS.
It's fine. It's fine.
Squeak B. Said. A metal blend in a caveman society.
Rough going, but you survived.
You knew Hades was there and you sent me to him?
I won't deny I risked your life, but it was the only way. Now, with the focus network down, we can both get what we want. Access to the secrets of Zero Dawn.
I'm past trusting you with secrets.
Good. That means you're wising up. Trust is for fools. It shifts and crumbles like sand. A poor foundation for any partnership. But mutual self-interest. Now that is a solid bedrock upon which you and I might build a new science of understanding. We both need answers, Aloy. And thanks to you, we're on the verge of grasping them. Let's unfold. We'll speak again.
You miserable... Damn him. If I could toss this focus and get rid of you, Silence, I would. But we both know I need it. Sunfall it is. And Zero Dawn.
Can I still call my mount?
Squeak B.
Probably
Said.
not. No, I cannot.
So fun fact, Aloy was the first guest character they brought into Genshin Impact. Squeak B. Said.
Yeah, I heard about that.
The game I am always playing.
I heard about that.
Squeak B. Said. I wonder if this game is super popular in China.
That seems weird.
Stocking up?
I figured it would violate a bunch of their,
Said. So Xbox bought Activision and Blizzard, so they own Crash, Call of Duty, and Sparrow.
Yes. And...
Squeak B. Said. Yeah, you would think like, I don't know, another Asian game.
It's weird the acquisition that Microsoft did. On one hand, I was like, oh great, Microsoft's becoming like Disney. They're just gonna buy up everything, and then all you have is Microsoft for games. But then I thought about it, and it's like, wait a minute. They bought up Minecraft. Well, Mojang. Sorry, not just Minecraft. Mojang. And Notch was known for being a piece of shit.
Said. Maybe we can another good Banjo-Kazooie game and less sexual harassment in Blizzard.
Notch may have had a brilliant idea for making a game, but he's kind of an asshole.
Squeak B. Said. Yeah, Notch was kind of a disappointment.
And then you had Bethesda, who's like, you know, they did decent games, but they were getting lazy about it. Just re-release the same thing. Keep you know, making games with this outdated engine that's kind of fucked, if we're gonna be honest.
We're skimming. Said.
But it's okay, it just works.
Get all them games for free in GameStop, even if the game is new.
And then, after all this bullshit, they buy up Activision Blizzard.
We're skimming. Said. Game Pass.
Which, before they owned Activision Blizzard, they, it was primarily run by King, I believe. I think they were the majority shareholder. Which they're a scummy company anyway.
Saving these for the trail.
And Microsoft has been playing nice with their IP for like crossing over into other games, and with
Said, King is the worst.
Microsoft has actually supported crossplay. You know, they've been especially like working with Nintendo to get things functioning. So, yeah, at first I was like, man, there goes Microsoft buying everything up again. And then looking at how often, like, this company is just a piece of shit. They buy it up and turn it around. I'm going like, wait a minute. Are Microsoft the good guys here? Because that's kind of what it's starting to sound like.
I'll tuck that away.
Oh, we have a stalker nearby. Shit, that is something I do not want to play with.
Squeakbee said, Banjo-Kazooie is coming to the Switch. Heck yeah, they are willing to work with Night Duke.
Because, you know, Microsoft has had some shitty business practices in the past, don't get me wrong, but...
I hope so. Still less competition makes me nervous. Rick Skimming said, at Squeakbee I'm playing it now on my Switch. Squeakbee said, but we will see.
Same for me, B. Same for me. Oh, we gotta go all the way up there. Okay, so either I can take my existing routes, or I can just go north. And I don't know what's there, so let's try to discover. That's interesting.
Squeakbee said, TBH, as long as indie games are a thing, then I don't think we need to worry as much with the company buying others up compared to movies and TV show companies.
Oh, Charger. Okay, I can use them as a mount. Oh, but I want to go that way. Okay.
Squeakbee said, indie movies and TV shows aren't really a huge thing in the movie and TV show area.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we're heading this way now.
Squeakbee said,
Need them soon enough.
BRB. Squeakbee
No sweat, B. No sweat.
said, piddling time.
Dive, Aloy, dive! I said dive, god damn it. She literally did it a moment ago. Or Robot Chicken won't care. Leave me alone!
Rick Skimming said, WTF, they bought them for $68.7 billion in cash, that crazy.
It may seem that way, RX, but think about it. Blizzard Activision holds some of the biggest IPs in gaming. They didn't just get the company, as in like its name. They bought all games that they own. They bought all code that they own. They bought all staff that they own. Think about how much money comes in from
I see what you're
World of
saying.
Warcraft or Overwatch or so many of these other like products that they offer.
Rick Skimming said, Call of Duty.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. They have so much stuff that they can cash in on now. Oh, we're hitting Mesa areas. Shit. Okay. We're gonna put the marker up there. Pig. Oh, they're busy fighting bandits.
Sassy Cassie 25.
Sassy Cassie, hello! How are you doing?
Hey, just popping in to let you know, and I finally came home yesterday and she's doing a lot better. Pop to bed I go.
Thank you. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I'm happy for you. Oh, these motherfuckers. Oh, no. I'm gonna push my luck.
Rick Skimming said, they look like fun.
Calm.
I'm just gonna try to swim in between the middle of all these crocodiles. Did my horse run in there? No, horse is there. Okay, cool. I hear tense music. Why do I... Okay, not. Alright, we're fine. We're fine for now.
Sassy Cassie 25 said, how are you?
I'm doing okay. A little bit... I'm stressed about friends. My friend just lost her cat today. I mean, her cat passed away. Really nasty viral infection thing. There really wasn't anything to do about it. But it still sucks. And she's in a really bad place. Emotionally, medically. She literally lost her grandfather like 2 weeks, a month ago, something like that. So... I'm worried about her. It's really hard.
Sassy Cassie 25 said, that's so sad, so unfortunate. Kitties are alive.
Yeah.
Warm water. I just can't feel my bruises.
guess we'll keep heading towards this peninsula and see where that takes me.
Sassy Cassie 25 said, I send you both positive vibes, I hope it gets better. At skimming pie, and bye, I'm off to bed.
Get some rest. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay and that your kiddo is doing okay. And yeah, no sweat. Get your, like, you know, get some rest. Like, I hope you get some serious rest. Hey buddy, how's it going?
Outlanders hate the Karja, but we work hard as any tribe.
I want the... Okay, whatever. Here we go. Oh, I lost my mount. I went too far. Okay, whatever.
Sassy Cassie 25 said, thank you. She ended her hospital stay by catching COVID, but she's doing so much better. Good
Shit,
night.
I'm sorry, but hey, if that's better, then good enough.
Found him! Make it hurt! Already a hit! Ah! It's a bloody rout!
Off you go.
We're getting picked up! Ah! Ah! Don't got over!
Only 4 of them. No big deal.
First strike.
What happened to Jojo? We don't know.
Stay sharp and yelp if you need to.
Yelp if you need to.
Ah, I'm no trapper. I've often shoot me.
gonna die. Yes, you will. Just play dead, surrender your arms, and I won't kill you. How about that? No? Okay. Cool.
Let no foe stand. Stay on it. Search is off. I win.
Alright. Cleared them out. What cool goodies can we find in here? So what's our time? 11? Okay. Smoke break coming up real soon here. But yeah, Rex, glad to hear that you're okay. Was just a little worried for a while, that's all. Oh, excuse me. No baddies? At all? How peculiar. Let's save. Okay. I really need a pee, so I'm gonna go do that and grab a smoke break. I know it's a little bit early for that, but whatever. BRB. Okay, I am back. Ugh. Whew. Let's put another cocktail on there and we will continue. There's a Strider site up ahead. There's also a toll neck.
Another signal. I must be closing in on the signal.
You gonna be friendly?
It's a girl!
Sorry, buddy. If you're still gonna be hostile, you're going down. I mean, I did try to help, but... you know. Cactus fields. Bundle, 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 bundle. Where's the rabbit? There's a rabbit.
But I'm used to it. I need to find a way up to the tall next end.
A watcher and a chicken bot. Okay. Oh boy. Don't you do it. Oh, it's over there. Okay. I think I'll be able to jump on from that point. feel like I will have better luck over there. Okay. Oh, shit, there's a ravine. Okay. I won't be able to make it in time, I don't think. Nope. Okay, double back, try to go up the other ramp.
Should be able to jump onto the tunnel.
Squeak Bing. Said. Back sorry. Made some tea.
Hey, no sweat. I made it.
Climb up to its head.
Map. Oh, and we're about at the perfect point to bounce out, so... just fucking run.
They're scanning for me.
Head that away. Herbs. Herbs. The herbs. Delicious. Alright. Now, do I bother with the broadhead, or do I just keep trucking? I'm not too far away. I think I'm just going to keep going.
Never know when I might need. Please.
Sunfall. The Mad King Duran Summer Palace. A bulwark of Karja might against the howling Forbidden West.
Thanks for the history lesson.
But they have no idea what lies beneath. We will learn much from this Aloy.
That's what I'm hoping.
Person?
Here
or-
comes another restless night. You've seen it.
Okay.
She's very pale. Is she unwell?
Yes. She's a fighter, but the fever on her won't lift. It only burns hotter. Her name is Shiana, my sister.
Isn't there anyone in Sunfall who can help?
We're refugees. We know our place. And there's only one healer in the territory. He's difficult. His soul is in shadow.
His soul is in shadow.
Galiv. That's him. He's very clever, but he has little care for people. Perhaps the desert scoured it all away. Perhaps he was always like that. Either way, I know he won't help us.
Well, I'll see about that. Where would I find him?
Last I heard, he was patching up soldiers at Blazon Arch. Another border battle. Shh. I'll keep the moon from your brow.
Where is it? Oh, it's up there?
Squeakby said. He just has her laying awkwardly on a board?
I guess.
Squeakby said. Like, at least move it.
Okay, that's... Is that the one? Where is... Oh, he's down there. I have to go all the way back. Fuck, no. We're gonna finish this up first.
Uther owes us an explanation. We trusted him. You'll get nothing from me.
You'll like what I have to say, I promise.
Idle chatter.
I'll give you a good price.
I'll say they've got a lot going on with the color theming in here. I like it.
You'll regret not stopping when you're in the thick of it.
Oh, so these are what the Colosseum battles were like.
The Sun Ring, a proud tradition of Mecha-Gaia.
It's not like this in Meridian. At least.
Give them time. I'm sure they'd miss it. Now we get to see if your attack on their focus network was entirely successful. Success. Welcome to the Citadel, Aloy. I'll check back with you in a moment.
Squeakby said. So it's like ancient Rome in Utah, huh?
Apparently.
You're not going to make any shards by standing out here.
I'll take the shards, even if it means having to listen to Bahamas.
I hear the Shadow Carja are looking for one of their own. Should pay well.
Jump. I said jump.
By the glory of the sun revealed. Behold, radiant Edaman, the one true Sun King.
Oh?
The light in shadow, whose will is light and whose light is law.
I command Lucius Bahavas to speak in my behalf.
By the will of radiant Edaman does the sun glare down mercilessly upon the traitor Uthid. To the hunter who brings his head to us shall go a bounty of 500 shards.
More prisoners than royalty, don't you think?
Squeak said. Jafar vibes from him.
Yes. They said that Itamin was murdered, and that he was originally going to be the heir to the throne. So... The new Sun King is pretty awesome, but him...
Squeak
I don't know.
Said. Huh. Squeak B. Said. Dang. Squeak B. Said. Convenient.
That depends on, you know, whether he just said, he's gone, I'll take over, or if, because whoever, Helis, the character that Crispin Freeman was voicing, said that the Sun King took his wife and son with him. So since the Sun King was killed, it might be safe to assume that Itamin was dead. If his generals reported it, then, you know, he's not at fault, technically. But also, it's, you know, obviously he's just being used. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Full blaze. Not only did the wretch conspire to
You and I need to chat, little huntress. The green tent down in Shadowside? I'll be waiting.
Kind of busy.
In doing so, demonstrated wanton disregard for the safety
We both know
of
you
the
don't kill for
king's
hire.
subjects.
Uthid is innocent. So come see me while there's still time to save him.
So, the way in I spoke of is right behind you.
You've got to be kidding.
Not at all.
Squeak B.
Don't worry about the Kestrels.
Said.
They'll be too busy
While
acting
looking
up
up
to pay
stuff,
attention to you.
it looks like this game does go
First
up as
time in
far
the
as Montana
Citadel,
a little
gotta
bit.
see this.
Is Montana a little bit interesting?
For the Kestrels.
Ah, they want us to see this,
This is
boy.
insane.
Hardly.
They're going to see me.
You under it, the balustrade. It's a short drop from there.
What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Oh, drop down. Okay, let's... Fuck. Let's fuck. Okay.
The other side of the tower. Look for a vent.
Isn't your name Silence? Shouldn't you know when to, you know, shut up?
here before.
Obviously. Now, it's very important that you hear what I'm about to say. I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return. Before you descend into the depths here, you should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace. I won't tolerate whining. Is that...
First time in the Citadel, gotta see the sun ring from on high.
The balustrade. It's a short drop from there.
They want us to see this, boy. It makes quite an impression.
We'll get back to it. I want to talk to her. Whoa! That's, big drop. Okay. How do we get back from here, exactly? How did I get up in the first place, now that I'm asking?
Just
this way? Maybe, maybe not. I'm confused. Okay.
There's nobody is immune to the temptation games. Not even Uther. Ceasefire lasts. Got no stomach for killing other legend.
Oh, excuse me.
The food is from Dowager Queen Nasadi, little ones. Her Highness knows times are hard and helps when she can. Eat. Bring some home for your families.
Said,
if you have one.
If I am reading some stuff right, you might only be halfway through the game.
Fucking really?
I've heard whispers about you. Rides machines, fancy spear, delightful freckles. Some even say you have a conscience. How extraordinary.
Who are you? You're obviously not one of the Shadow Karja.
My name is Venetia.
Maybe 2/3S.
For now, all you need to know is that I'm a whisper of reason in this howling pit of insanity.
Said, it seems like there's a lot of plot left.
Interesting.
I know how that feels.
I'm sure you do. And so does Uthid. He's a good man, so naturally the Shadow Karja want to murder him. I've done some digging, and I think he's headed for the Green Climb.
Squeakby.
It won't take those mercenaries long to find him.
I could be wrong.
He could use some help, if you're so inclined.
Stop being evasive and tell me who you really are.
Stop being evasive? You might as well tell me to stop being charming. It's impossible, but I like you, so I'll tell you a secret. I have friends in Meridian, and I like to do favors for them when I can. Uthid might be of use to them, if he survives.
How do you know Uthid is innocent?
I'm excellent at making inquiries. Look, he feeds orphans from his own rations and personally punishes anyone who hurts the old or infirm. The idea that he would try to kill Edelman is ridiculous. He must have found something that can embarrass the priesthood. Otherwise, Bahavas wouldn't risk marking such a well-regarded man for death.
Or he could kill Edelman just to take away the priesthood's power, but, you know, whatever.
What makes you think he's on the Green Climb?
He knows he'll be pursued, so he needs a hideout that's both familiar and defensible. He once single-handedly held off an entire bandit clan in those foothills. My guess is that he'll fall back on what worked before.
I'll do what I can for Uthid. But what about you?
What about me what?
What will you do while I risk my life?
Useful things, little huntress. Look for 3 dead trees south of Sunfall. They mark the start of the Green Climb. Good luck.
I've 3 dead trees just south of Sunfall. Isn't that what she said? Because that would be like around here. That doesn't sound like over here. But whatever. I've got another quest up that way. That's fine. We're gonna take care of this one first, though.
Don't stride around like you own the place, Outlander. Sunfall is a true Karja. She got sick and died in the night. She was old, but so fast. Whatever worked. It's like people are just
fuck. Whatever.
The other side of the tower.
I see you've been here before.
Obviously. Now, it's very important that you hear what I'm about to say. I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return. Before you descend into the depths here, you should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace. I won't tolerate whining. Is that clear?
You'll tolerate what I give you, Silence. I didn't ask you along for the ride. I'm heading down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. 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 Malfunction.
Kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way. Hey! Elizabeth Snowback here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
I underestimated. So by now,
Guess you can't have everything.
that will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
Lounge staff to admin subject another incident this morning's unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is another example of reception's need for additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff is served on the quote front line, we're tired of being neglected. As we have already requested, we need human translators to learn Polish, for example, securing staff who can subdue enraged embryologists, for example, and dermal sedatives to calm persons who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs and faces at reception staff, for example. Yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to that rule. Please respond. Reception staff to admin. We need support too. Reception staff continues to require additional support managing ZD candidates when they arrive at the facility. Many are frightened or confused. Some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of persons who are accustomed to having information withheld from them. At minimum, we need human translators. The Langbots are not sufficient. And mild sedatives for the extreme cases. Any and all supports would be welcome. Perhaps you could start by responding to one of these mails. Excuse me.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
I speak through a plastic bag. Lounge staff to admin. Subject, soundproofing. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can be plainly heard by candidates waiting their turn in the lounge. Just a thought. Lounge staff to admin, restock or else. For the 5th time, please restock the lounge's selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of the organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I'm going to lose it. Please respond. And this time, no tempest in a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay?
Viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
CD01 data intact. Initiating playback.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret superweapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a superweapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us. And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, The robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating, waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day, the day that life on Earth ceases to exist, is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it
Squeak
was.
Bee
Somehow,
said, "This
somehow
story
Elizabeth
makes me
saved
so
us.
sad."
I've got to keep...
Squeak Bee said, "But in that way it's very good."
Yeah. It's intense. They don't just say, "Here's the thing, everybody dies." Like, as you're uncovering it step by step, you can see how, like, everything is falling apart, breaking down more and more and more.
Kestrels. They got in. Through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
Squeak Bee said, "You know of the guy who caused all this yet?"
Ted Farrow? I mean, he was the one who was running the company. But where the glitch came from is unclear, so...
Squeak Bee said, "Yeah." Squeak Bee said, "AKA, not Elon Musk." Squeak Bee
Fuck.
said, "But very Elon Musk." Squeak Bee said, "At least that was the parallels I saw."
He made the robots, but why there was a glitch or what happened is unclear. And one of the early broadcasts talked about hacking AI.
We're too close to let tribal crypto stop us now. The data points, what did they contain?
Squeak Bee said, "Robots that eat biomass." Squeak Bee said, "Like." Squeak Bee said, "Why even consider that?"
Robots that consume biomass and can self-replicate. Why even consider that? I mean, this is not just like a matter of like war and being productive. I mean, that's what they say he was going for at the time.
Said, go for garbage if you want to go that route.
I mean, it would make sense, honestly, to break down things like plastics, because plastics are hydrocarbons that can be converted into things like oils and gasoline if you have the right way of doing so.
Got too much already.
Well, then I don't fucking care about that. Give me just a moment to go tap a kidney here. Sorry. Hold on.
Squeak B. Said, I just see ego and hubris in a lot of his choices, not unlike the ego and hubris that our current billionaires flaunt around.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just see ego and hubris in a lot of his choices, not unlike the ego and hubris that our current billionaires flaunt around. I mean, that's true. And, you know, in the game, he was just chasing the money, and that's all there was to it. Is this the way I'm going? I think so. Shit, it's hard to tell where I've... Enter viewing room? Maybe that's where I came from. It's hard to tell where I've been and where I'm going and, like, what I need to be doing. Especially when, like, the entire map is already laid out. Okay, yes, this is the right way. Yeah, they made a point of pointing out that he was just doing what, you know, would line his pockets, and that was that. I could answer your question, B, but unfortunately, like, if I do, it's gonna get into something dark, and kind of mean, and, you know, if you want me to, I will. I've told you certain things about myself in the past. If you like, I will answer your question, but I will tell you, in my case, the answers are not capital game.
There is some mistake. I don't understand why I was brought here. Why would you show me these things?
Okay, what is your answer?
I know that there's already a lot to take in. In the waiting area, I was seated with a Nobel laureate in biophysics and a monk, I think. He spoke neither English nor Mandarin. It is very strange. And General Harris? What was he talking about? The robot swarm, the Pharaoh plague? I understand it is terrible, but it really cannot be stopped? Why tell us this? There are people in Shanghai, my friends, my family. They have joined Operation Enduring Victory. There are people in Shanghai, my friends, my family. They have joined Operation Enduring Victory already. It is for nothing? We will all die?
We're going to be able to answer some of these questions.
I just want to know why I am here. It doesn't make sense to me.
You were brought here because of your skill set.
No, that can't be right. I am an art historian. I know Dutch masters, Japanese calligraphy, Gerhard Richter. What does that matter now?
They were trying to make a seed ship. Why somebody makes something that eats biomass? If it were, I mean, again, with this, it's capital gain. But I don't remember if it's ever been on stream, but I know that you and I have talked about how sometimes I'm kind of a harbinger for chaos. Most of the time it's I come up with dumb shit that I want to do, like for the lulz or to stir up shit.
Squeakbee said, yes.
It is accurate, yes.
So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them?
Not just people.
Squeakbee
all organic matter.
said,
Every living thing.
But your reasons are always just
into nutrients. Millennia of evolution. Liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to
Squeakbee
bloody biofuel.
said,
In a
like
word,
you don't fuck with people
yes.
unless they fuck
did
with you
this?
first.
Pharaoh? That arsehole. Is he here?
No, Doctor.
Please. Tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Don't. Please. You get Ted Pharaoh in here.
But sometimes I see everything that's going on, I get so frustrated that I wonder if there's...
Want to discuss?
Whew. So Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bible serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, there was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malkeet was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place. You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go.
A few years back, it was like way before COVID, way before COVID, I was talking to somebody, and I said, sometimes I get so tired of people who are just stupid, who act like idiots. It would be like, is there some way that we could do something to just clear out assholes that all they do is kind of push people around and peddle these concepts that actually hurt humanity? Because don't get me wrong, you're allowed to believe what you believe,
Squeakbee said, Oh, I see where you are going.
And I was like, what if you had something like you know, you have organic foods. What if you had like natural water? And I shit you not, a year later you had people talking about
said prevent idiocracy.
Yeah. Not a year later you had people going nuts about this thing called organic water, which was water from natural sources, supposedly, in the environment, because it doesn't have like chlorine or fluoride or whatever. But they started getting like botulism and E. coli and all this, and it didn't last very long. And then I went, what if we could release a virus that was literally like, not a virus, but misinformation that would, like, anybody who can think for themselves will go like, this is a bad idea. But, you know, people who buy into this dumb bullshit will take themselves out. Then, like, we aren't held accountable because they did it, not us. And then here comes COVID, and you have people talking about curing COVID by sucking on, like, hot air, like, hair dryers. I'm going, the planet did it for me. Sometimes I get so angry. I rated somebody's stream a little while back, and they got talking about, like, you know, what pronouns do people use. And I said, I can go any which way. You know. Some people said I'm like the big brother figure. Teen mom. You know, game dad, whatever. So even though I'm male, I really don't care what pronouns are used for me. But if I'm going to be 100% honest, I almost prefer something like it. Because with how... This is so weird to explain, but the best I can say is humanity does have its redeeming features, and I want to believe in those. But with how much hatred and greed and mercilessness there is, I would rather be subhuman than associated with something like that. I want humanity to be more.
Squeak B.
And to be better.
Said.
But there are points where I get so
Squeak
angry.
B. Said. I can kinda see where you are coming from.
And so disappointed. Where I'm almost like, you know what? Just fucking burn it all down. I don't care. And I did kind of toy with the idea of not artificial life, but some kind of just dumb mimicry thereof. Some kind of simple robots that could harvest iron from the soil, and that would be solar powered, that could slowly replicate themselves, just for shits and giggles. Nothing super destructive. Just you know, weird little solar walkers that make more of themselves. But I would joke sometimes, like, you know how, especially if you were, I don't know, if you were active on Tumblr, you'd sometimes see, like, somebody post an image of a poorly drawn gold star, and underneath they would write, "You tried." I made the joke of, like, drawing an upside down red star and saying, "You tried not to." And, yeah. I don't want to hurt anybody. But sometimes just seeing the way that humanity's going.
Squeakbee said, I get your frustration.
It's like, you know, I hold hope in the fact that there's something better that we can learn to some extent. But there are definitely points where I go, maybe this you know, drifting ball of dirt would be better if we weren't on it. I don't know. This is one of the things where, like, when I really go down this way, I like this rabbit hole goes miles, right? I don't like to think about this much, because when I do get going, it makes me angry and it makes me sad, and all I can really think about is pain and anguish and wanting to throw this sort of shit back at where it's coming from. Which means that a lot of innocent people will get hurt in the process. And that's why it's not a viable answer. And then when I do, I try and think full circle, and despite what my immediate instincts are and how angry I get, you know, even looking at traditional solutions to problems like at governments and saying, okay, we need to control this area and tell people what to do. No, you can't tell them. You need to help them learn and understand why what they're doing is a problem. They need to be able to handle things on their own terms. I always think back to the beginning of Watchmen, where Rorschach is talking about, you know, we've been helping people for so long. And well, even the
said,
teach a man to fish.
Teach
Yeah,
a man to
yeah.
fish mentality.
One of the ones for me also is actually like The Incredibles.
Said, haven't seen Watchmen.
Oh, you really should. The movie. I haven't seen the TV show, but the movie, it's a little bit of a downer, but it has, like, it's a good film. The Incredibles, you know, at the start when they're like interviewing the different superheroes, and Mr. Incredible's like, I feel like the maid, like I just cleaned up this shit and like now there's another mess. And that's one of the things with, like, helping people is a double-edged sword, because the more you help them, the more they become dependent on that help, right? I learned this very early on with helping friends and family beat certain levels on video games. Get them past that boss, cool, hand the controller back, and before you know it, they're going, I can't do this one, can you do it too? And eventually you're going, why are you even playing if you're just having me do everything for you? And I won't ruin Watchmen for you. I promise this is like at the very beginning of the movie. The guy who's still like the detective type character, he's very dark and broody, whatever. He's saying, you know, we've been helping out for so long, and people have been so accustomed that you're gonna have like the streets just completely overrun with crime. And they're gonna look up and say, save us, and we're gonna look down and go, no. Because you do hit that point where you go, you know what? This isn't my fucking problem. Clean up your own mess. And you can have people put rules in place. You can have, you know, laws or just pure force of effort. But that's not going to take care of things. You know, I can go and I can try and punish Rosie whenever she does something wrong. But very rarely do I do anything like that. Even when we get really angry, like she tries to steal food off the coffee table, what do? We put her outside and close the dog door. Say, like, I don't want to be around you right now. And that gets the message across. Bigger thing is, you know, like, help them learn why this is a problem. I mean, shit, even I was like this as a kid. You know, tell me, don't do the thing, and I'm like, okay, and as soon as the parent's out of the room, I'll go and do the thing. But when I hurt myself doing the thing, then I realize, oh, this is why I don't do the thing. If they would have told me that in the first place, I wouldn't have done it. You're always going to have, you know, naysayers or people doing...
Said. Testing boundaries.
Well, it's more than testing boundaries, though. Like, it's... I mean, sure, if it's just rules.
Said. Don't jump off a balcony.
Yeah. But if you say, well, you break your ankles if you do it.
Said. Or you might hurt yourself.
I have two very small nubs on my forehead here.
Squeak B.
Set your face on fire, yeah.
So set your face on fire. Squeak B. Said. Or you might hurt yourself.
Yeah, like right here. I have two very small, like you can't see them, but if you know, feel my forehead, you can feel these two very tiny nubs.
Said. Don't asterisk.
And that's because as a young child, I got this brilliant idea like, oh, I could build a bridge between my couch and my coffee table using a pillow. And I told my mom about this, and she said, it won't work. And I said, why? And she said, it just won't. Well, if that's your answer, I'm going to test it. So I did. And I was, I don't know, 3? Of course I tried it. The pillow gave way, it fell through. And before I hit the ground, the full force of the coffee table just right in the forehead. And this very slightly reshaped part of my skull because of soft child bones. You know, I was screaming bloody murder. She took me to the hospital. They x-rayed me. And they said, you know, he'll be fine.
Squeak B. Said. What the fuck, man?
That is a permanent reminder to me that if somebody says, don't do this because, and they explain it, then I go,
Squeak
I get
B.
it.
Said. You really do have a history of this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like from day one. If she just would have said why, then I wouldn't have done it. But she didn't. I don't hold that against her, you know, just to be clear. But it is a sort of example of not just kids, but people in general. If you say, this will be a problem because...
Watch that bonk was what make you a smarty pants.
Maybe. There is a history of some people like gaining intellect from head injury. Who knows? But my point is, telling somebody don't do the thing, they'll say, okay. But when your back's turned, they'll still go do the thing. If you say, don't do the thing because you'll hurt yourself. Don't do the thing because it will hurt somebody else. They go, oh, okay. The reason behind it, the why, is much, much more important than the what. And yeah, sometimes it would be simpler to just fucking expunge everybody who's filled with ignorance and hatred. But that's going to stir up so much strife. It's not going to solve the problem. That's what people have been trying to do for eons. We're still dealing with the same shit. It doesn't take care of anything. Understanding.
Said. But then you would have conspiracy theorists where it's not about the science, it's about the mistrust.
Fine. And if that happens, I mean, you're going to always have outliers. You're going to have people who are going to claim that, you know, the world is flat. Let them do that. But if they're the minority, once you hit a point where the majority of people understand.
Said. Humanity is and always has been a mixed bag. Just no way to get everyone on the same page.
No, there isn't, and that's fine.
Squeakby said. But I think we are in a better situation with that than we were.
Yes, I will agree with that. And as time goes on, and you can clear up more of that, eventually those are going to be such a minute faction that, you know, when you have one little tribe of people living in banana leaves.
Technology has connected people so much more than any other point in history.
You know, squatting out in some mountains going, you know, vaccines are bad. Wireless signals melt your brain. What are they going to do? Like, if they decide to revolution and come running in, everybody's going to go like, the fuck is your problem? Like, they won't care. Yeah, you're always going to have those outliers. And don't get me wrong, it's good to question. In fact, I think somebody should always be questioning what is accepted fact or common authority. But there's a big difference between questioning and assuming. If you say this could be, all right, you know, maybe the world could be flat. But until you have solid proof for it, maybe don't operate on those constructs. And food. Again, like, this goes back to part of my big personal thing. I'm gonna grab a smoke. We'll get back to that when I return, but I don't remember. B, did you watch the Netflix Voltron? Because at the end of it, there's actually a very big thing that aligns with a personal belief of mine. But silly as it is, like, I think food is another big, like, point here. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we will continue. BRB.
Squeakby said. I didn't watch the last season, TBH was not that big of a fan of it. Squeakby said. In my deepest moments, sometimes I think would it have been better to never exist at all. I see my life and just feels like a waste. Someone else more deserving could have done so much more where I fall short. Squeakby said. But I do exist, so I am making the most of it, well, making the most of it in a way that I can handle day by day. Squeakby said. And I think that's also just the path humanity has to take. Squeakby said. Humanity asterisk. Squeakby said. Learn history so not to repeat history, but that implies history has to happen first. Squeakby said. And I think we are still in a stage where we are learning. Squeakby said. And some things just haven't sunken in yet. Squeakby said. I don't know, tbh, we are all just a bunch of individual minds who never can fully understand another individual mind because our perception is limited to ourselves. Squeakby said. But I do believe there is more good than bad. Squeakby said. It's like a human body, we have lots of good bacteria, and cells that keep us alive and going. Squeakby said. But them bad viruses come around and fuck things up. Squeakby said. Like bad things just tend to be the loudest and leave a huge impact. Squeakby said. But doesn't mean they are the majority. Squeakby said. I know where you are coming from.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Oh, I need to put a beer on the display. There we go. Watched the last season. I was not a big fan of it. Something would have been better to never exist at all. I see my life. I just feel like a way someone else more deserving could have done so much more. Where I fall short. Yeah, me too. Hell, I think a lot of people feel that way. But I do exist, so I'm making the most of it. Well, making the most of it in a way that I can handle by day. I think it's also just the path humanity has to take. Yeah. Learn history, so not to repeat history, but that implies history has to happen first. I think we are still in a stage where we are learning, and some things just haven't sunken in yet. I don't know. To be honest, we're all just a bunch of individual minds who never can fully understand another individual mind because our perception is limited to ourselves. But I do believe there is more good than bad. It's like a human body. We have lots of good bacteria and cells to keep us going, but then bad viruses come around, fuck things up. Like, bad things just tend to be the loudest and leave a huge impact. But doesn't mean they are the majority. I know where you're coming from. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to deal with a lot of, my own, let's say, accountability. If that's even the right word. My own purpose. But sometimes the purpose is just to be, and make the most of it that you can. If something great comes up, then fine.
Squeakby said. We all kind of wish we could be Superman once in a while, I think.
Yeah. But for me, the thing is...
Squeakby said. To go over to the places that shit happens and fix it?
And I used to think like that, but now I don't care about being the one to fix it as long as it just stops. Somebody else deals with it, and I'm still happy about it.
Previously worked for Faro Automated Systems.
On the chariot line self-replication routines. I came here thinking this was a rendition.
Said. No, that's where I am too.
I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since.
Would you like to take a moment?
No. I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work.
Squeakby.
I'm sorry to say.
All I can do right now is for myself and the important people in my life.
In the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuilt themselves from memory and light. There were no limits. God, there were no limits.
Right now is for myself and the important people in my life. Yeah. But sometimes I wonder if there was more. And that's where part of the thing with, honestly, food comes in. I'm going to pause this again real quick. At the end of Voltron, my favorite character, Hunk, and somebody I see a lot of myself in, and I hope I never get any flack for this, because I know some people say, like, well, you're white and he's supposed to be like African Samoan or whatever it is, but like, I don't care, because he's still just an awesome character who cares about wanting to, sometimes he could be a little bit of a wuss, but he wants to help his friends and the situation and protect people, and that's it. And he likes food. And before the princess, whatever her name is, Allura, she leaves at the end of the show. Spoilers, sorry. She basically says, like, you know, Hunk, I want you to be like the ambassador. I want you to talk to people, and I want you to make good food for them. And to me, if you make a really good meal and you say you people are going to sit down and enjoy the food and learn to be peaceful, or at least, you know, talk about things in a way that isn't being assholes, that's important. And if you don't get the fuck away from the table and you don't get to eat any of this, that sort of, like, very basic level of, but I want to have dinner, carries a lot of weight to me. There's even been this study that, like, to simplify things, people who are more, like, conservative minded tend to be drawn to, like, carbs and meats, and people who are more liberal minded tend to be drawn to, like, fruits and veggies.
Said, I see.
And if you can make a good meal that, like, incorporates all of these things that people can enjoy, it literally gets them to think different and to understand things more. Like what you were saying about people's different perceptions is true, but just to be able to, like, stop and think what it would be about the Converse.
Said, you want to leave an impact from your specific wheelhouse.
But it doesn't even have to be from my specific one. I mean, I think that's important, and I feel like that's what I can contribute most. But I have had ideas which I have, like, wanted to put in motion, and I've been afraid to, like, talk about them because I'm afraid somebody else will take them up. But at this point, I don't give a shit because, again, they just need to happen.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said. Not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
I'm at a point now where, like, yeah, it'd be cool if I got credit for some of these, like, ideas I came up with, but if I don't, then I really don't give a shit because they just need to happen. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with, like, medical debt at all and how broken the system is that revolves around it, but request. For the briefing after presentation 1, candidates must be allowed to ask questions and be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they have received. It is important to be aware.
I am aware.
That candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the Pharaoh Plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable.
Said, folks don't call an ambulance when they are sick because they can't afford it.
Yeah.
Squeak B. Said, like WTF.
Communicate this fact calmly but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus the swarm, Addendum B1, and on feasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addenda C1, C2, C3, so that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. If a candidate asks for time alone to review supplementary information, allow this without hesitation. Be sure to inform security personnel so the candidate can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Note that real-time support will be available via your focus, security, and medical crisis teams are data corrupted. So there was some show, I don't remember if it was like Last Week Tonight or if it was The Late Show or what, where they bought up like millions of dollars in medical debt.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, U.S. Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
After this show bought up however much medical debt it was, I found out that the way that debt collection works with a lot of things, whether it be medical debt or home loans or whatever, are very much the same. Although the biggest thing is medical debt.
Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since 57?
The Orbit... Oh, I really hope hitting escape didn't kill this transmission. The Odyssey was going to be like a siege ship, and then it got shot down, orbit, or crashed, or something. That was in another one of the data logs. Yeah, it killed it. God damn it. Why does pressing escape do that? Motherfuck.
Let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since 57? That went nowhere real slow. And you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
Said.
To be clear, I'm
Starting
not
to
a
fade,
worker
so I
on the
might need to
project.
call it here.
Do you even understand how few people it could save? The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
But you people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
Before you go, the whole thing I was getting at was with after they did this, I looked into it, and you can sell medical debt to essentially a debt collector for pennies on the dollar. If you have something that is a bill of $50,000, it'll be sold to a debt collector for like literally, let's see here, $5,000. And then they go and they pay $5,000 to collect the bill, the bill of debt, and then contact whoever it was that owed it and say, hey, of course they don't say that they've bought it. They say, we know you're struggling to pay this thing of $50,000, but here's the deal. How about you just pay $10,000 and we'll settle it up and call it good. So they make back the money they paid plus double that. Cool. What if you had a charity and all the charity does is buy up medical debt? They don't contact people and say, hey, you got to pay this much back, because as long as people are paying into this charity, it goes through and it's random. It's like a, Thanos snap, but it eradicates medical debt off the grid. No big deal. You're literally playing the game against itself.
CD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Squeak B said,
Elizabeth,
it would be nice.
You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start.
And let me guess, Hades is in there.
Build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stalks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
The whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life. For us. But why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how did it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the archive of knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
Well, if you got a peace out, Bean, no sweat. Totally understand it. I should probably be doing that soon myself. We'll see how things go.
Squeak B said, a lot of these themes are fitting for our convo.
Yes, yes. If you want to discuss more of these weird ideas I've had, haven't had any way to implement them. Somebody once said, if you have a bright idea, keep it to yourself. Don't say anything about it, because as soon as you talk about it, somewhere it gets released into the ether. And somebody will have the same idea and do it. And I've actually seen this happen. To myself before, which is why some of these things I've been reluctant to bring up, but you know, at this point, like I said, I don't care. This shit needs to get fixed. It would be nice if somebody said, hey, I got this idea from like watching Engineer Diesel stream. But in the end, as long as it fixes so much of the bullshit that's out there, I don't care anymore. You're in possession of information regarding the true nature and purpose Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret that you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist you in making your choice. 1. Participation will be assigned to a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome is uncertain. You will be expected to work a minimum of 80 hours per week. Ooh, that's tough. And your communications with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family, or 2 persons of your choosing, will be transferred to the Elysium sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. 2. Indefinite detention. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you'll be confined indefinitely.
Said, have a good night, dude.
Okay.
We'll talk more later.
No sweat, B. Get some rest. Glad to hear you're feeling on the up and up, even though it's still not, you know, normal, but yeah. Just get rest and feel better soon. confined indefinitely, you'll be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the Feral Plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who wish not to opt for medical euthanasia will be released. Okay, medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purpose of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may instead opt for participation or confinement. Please notify a counselor when you are ready to make your choice, or if you have further questions. It's so matter-of-fact. For debriefing after Presentation 2, it is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in Project Zero Dawn voluntarily and knowingly, without additional coercion and without value judgment on the part of the counselor. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasize that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection. Validate such objections as normal, even admirable responses. Emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future, not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Well, likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans and those of loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that, while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobek's presentation as many times as they wish, and allow access to supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process this documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period during which counselors will be available to discuss their decision. Emphasize that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against her or his will. Candidates who elect indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which the decision data corrupted. I mean, I know they're pressed for time, but 48 hours is a steep window.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the VTRI cabals. That's better than rapid innovation. Better at competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. I think it's just amazing how century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom. I mean, I'm done with that life. I mean, I will work hard, twice as hard, to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be atonement.
Okay, and after going down that little side tunnel, I'm all turned around. I think that's where I was going. Yeah, this is where I was. Okay. Part of where I was.
If you're still nauseous.
No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this. But the damage is too great, too extensive,
to complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No, life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like Syzygy East. Like the Congo. Like Timor. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock? You grow old together with your loved ones in safety. I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family? I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized. A habitat capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert. If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years. I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words. I'm sorry. Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over. I see. Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
See to make sure I behave this time?
Alert.
Security.
Medical
For your
bay
protection.
inaccessible.
Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely underprepared for a spaceflight project. But now I can see it's worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist. This kind of blue skying, it's... Jesus. I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. I'm ready to leave now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Everything you're talking about here isn't possible.
I recommend you read the documents regarding your options.
I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here. What did you... You don't... Get your hands off me!
Weird room. Stranded shackles. Whatever. Oh, excuse me. So some people chose the big dark. Looks like we might be coming up to a boss fight.
Intruder! Get her! To me!
Whatever you do, don't die now.
wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to it. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe anyway.
So, wait, he's saying he'll do it, but then afterwards wants to be euthanized? That's,
My turn. Just be my focus.
Alright. That was weird. Not too bad. Not too bad, all things considered. More mushrooms would be nice, but... You know. Oh, hey!
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair. Not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art. Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
Now, those lame guy black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect you to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up on me. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
Oh, he's a dickbag, but he's fun.
Here we go. Another one of these. Need to find the right configuration.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
1 in the morning. Do I have another? Big question.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Up, left, down, right, up. So that's gonna be... Left, up, left, down, right.
Done. I should check the door nearby.
If it's backwards, can't I just turn everything backwards? We're gonna be in for some bucket of shit, aren't we? I got a bad feeling about this, Chewie. Okay. About to hit 120, 320. Next couple days are gonna suck. But I'll stay up for another hour. Or until I kill my next beer. We shall see. BRB. Okay, I am back. Throw another beer on. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, excuse me.
Keegan 9 souls.
Keegan, hello!
Dude, I tried some ginkgo during a run and I honestly felt like I took the drug from Limitless.
Oh! Well, I'm glad it had that much of an effect on you. Enjoyed it, I hope? How'd things go?
Keegan 9 souls said, it felt like almost the best possible outcome.
Found one. Looks intact.
Keegan 9 souls said, besides a slip up I couldn't really make up for, it felt awesome.
Glad to hear it, glad to hear it.
Keegan 9 souls said, like everything I learned was being focused into the run.
Yeah, when ginkgo kicks in right, man, it really hits. Now, where am I supposed to put this? Okay, that's the door. Oh, is this supposed to go in there?
That should do the trick.
Using Q to install, that's weird. It's upside down, so we need to go from the bottom up, I think. So that means...
Keegan 9 souls said, thanks for the suggestion though, it came in clutch.
I hope it continues to perform for you. You know, you use it all the time, you will begin to get adapted to it. But all in all, it'll
Keegan 9 souls said, yeah, hoping it doesn't wear off quickly or even worse make my runs without it crummy.
It won't. It won't. Unless you're literally taking it all the time, you'll be fine. Down, left,
Keegan 9
up,
souls
right, down.
said, But I'm also hoping I just redo the run before that even becomes a problem.
Up.
That did it. Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
You've already done it once, and if if you're doing that well and it's helping you that much, then I don't think you'll have an issue. I think you'll crush it.
They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
Keegan 9 souls. Said. True, I got it without it even when I was sick.
How do they have eyes on me when I'm behind things like the pillar?
Keegan 9 souls. Said. So I'm assuming you're into this game now then.
Yeah, it starts off really slow, unfortunately, but it picks up very
Keegan
quickly.
9 souls. Said. Nice.
Assholes. Okay.
Keegan 9 souls. Said. I'm about to play Ancestors. Keegan 9 souls. Said. Become Monkey.
Oh! Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Press B to mate. Well, I guess let me know what you think of that.
Keegan 9 souls. Said. LMFAO really.
Fuck, we have more. A lot more. Shit. Yes, I believe that's one of the things that the game was known for.
Keegan 9 souls. Said. LMFAO. Keegan 9 souls. Said. I am looking in reviews. Keegan 9 souls. Said. Oh, a rock python prowling behind Aga Aga steps over bandit centipede EEE runs from a pack of hyenas beats chest dodges psycho pelican press O to main.
I'm still on fire? Why? Keep rolling. Stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll. And shoot. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I'll read that in a moment. Oh, thank goodness.
Or not.
She's here!
Maybe I can increase a skill. That might help. Ooh, rock, python prowling behind steps over banded centipede, runs from pack of hyenas, beach chest dodges psycho pelican, press O to yes. Yeah, basically. Night comes.
You cannot run from righteousness.
Yeah. I really hope this is the last of them.
Room's clear. For moments, anyway.
Get moving. You have to find Gaia.
No, put it down. I just want to get resources. God damn it. Thank you. What is that? Mushrooms. I'm not full yet, so we'll just wait since my health almost is. Okay.
No room.
Oh. Full health potion? Really? I'm gonna actually have to take a fucking full health potion to make space in my inventory. Well, I guess I can't really complain about that. A little bit of a waste for, you know,
Save these for the trail.
Shame I can't use the potions to fill up my herbalist pouch, but yeah, whatever. But yeah, sorry, big distraction there. Let me know how that goes. I've heard good and bad things, mostly goofy things about that game. From Margot Shen to Elizabeth Sobek, subject simulation results. Wow. You weren't kidding about Gaia's prediction for animal morphology. Sure, not totally unexpected given the natural terrain her bots will have to navigate. But I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional. They feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind, as though she already mourning their loss. And not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from the fossil record too. References to megafauna and some of her designs. So cool! Well, whatever Gaia thinks up, Hephaestus will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around in a century or two to see what she makes. That would be cool.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus. As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So you probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. A waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulations, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical in places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, a Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
As humans do, they threaten the natural order thing. Gaia tries to fix it, and they gotta go and fuck it up. How about that? From Elizabeth Sobek to Margot Shen, subject full steam ahead. Margot, if I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as the Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you are doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This combined with your design for the AM Foundry core and the Foundry site selection plan add up to a comprehensive plan. It's time to start construction. One detail. Consult with Aamide Okilo before you finalize the silo inventories. Hephaestus' first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers. Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation code, so any exotic materials needed for the tower should be accounted for in the inventory plan. Okay. Shut down killer robots first. Then build new world building robots. Makes
I've
sense.
seen these shapes before. In cauldrons.
But of course, the birthing places of Gaia's machines.
I get the weird feeling that Silence is, from the old times. So he somehow extended his life. But it's just a hunch. Deathbringer. Oh, there's a Deathbringer down there, isn't it? No, it's weapons from a bunch of humans. Filthy humans! Or is that the guys I took down?
I think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside.
Keep looking.
Filthy humans!
More clips.
Careful now.
Punisher. Dredger. Priest. Elite Sniper, okay. A heavy. Okay, so the sniper and the heavy are the ones that are ass kickers. Everything else, meh.
I wouldn't mind.
Vending machines, okay.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come. And last, but not least, The development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
Submitting Ojibani to Elizabeth Sobek Encapsulation DNA. And the winner is Encapsulation DNA. Over the past 10 days, I've performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum, even that Eternity tech that FAS was shilling a year or so ago. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcoming: too heavy to transport, too massive to install the allotted space, too power intensive over the centuries, too prone to failure past 300, 400 years, etc. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40 plus zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. There are still many details to finalize, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material in which we'll embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as design and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA at minus 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000 plus years. So long as I assure you that it didn't factor into my decision, I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, indeed propitious, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction. It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life as the hero, beating back the forces of oblivion. In any case, much ado. Until next time, peace be with you. Cool. I don't know, DNA has always seemed kind of fragile, but it could get the job done. Kinda. Oh, excuse me.
Move along now.
Quick note. Apollo update. Over the past 2 months, the full benefit of our procurement of a copy of the Homer archive from Far Zenith has made itself known, and as a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. Physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. Excuse me. Old history, culture data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up a bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. I suppose the tragic early loss of Papua New Guinea doomed that goal from the outset, with attendant curricula development about to begin. Speaking of the heuristic curricula, they're performing well in testing with children and adolescents. God damn. Demonstrating high levels of engagement with and trust in the Aristotle and Aspasia personae. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my professors had been so entertaining. Dredger. Heavy, yeah. Sniper. Okay, cool.
That's right. No one here.
All of this lost. The Ancients' greatest gift to us.
Greatest? How about the fact we exist at all?
To abide in ignorance is a curse, Aloy. You of all people should know that.
cursed existence is still existence. Just saying. Come around this corner and we'll jump them.
We're under attack.
Come out. Make it quick.
Let me guess. It shows that the entrance is in the outer ring. The only way to get up there is...
Welcome to Hades. Zero Dawn's extinction failsafe protocol. The ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what the... what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine your Gaia 200 years from now and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos. Spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do. Which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocating. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
Travis Tate, Elizabeth Sobek, noise complaints. Call me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore, anyone who says the old TT codes to Bashcore is straight up lying. You know it, old Trav don't have no truck with commercialized razzle-dazz. Nuh-uh. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a liter of Satarum runoff than listen to Grey Swarm for 30 seconds. Hand to God and swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore blasting the Hades lab, shaking the walls, rattling folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl, classical music, 80s and 90s mostly. Got me some Dutch deathcore, some Japanese grindcore, some Swedish cannibal themed stuff too. Stop by if you want to listen, or heck, just come over within 15 meters of the lab. Ain't no Bashcore, you'll see. Or hear, rather, in the screech that rends the air, and feel the throbbing pulse of the floor and walls and ceilings swallowing you up like you was Jonah trapped in the gulls of gothic deathfish. Hallelujah. As for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal, might as well give up stimulants, chocolate malts, industrial accident fits. Last I heard, we were supposed to be coding Hades down here. Am I really supposed to code an extinction protocol without death metal to inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Tate here, just pop 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to Gaia's rather extreme executive authority. If they ain't worth 10 to 12 hours of dream time, what is? Before this, every usurpation protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers, sometimes her arms too. So that couldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades done his business. So I had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for the wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretended to relinquish control. Simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations. Only have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly re-reversing processes, falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky! I swear, ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even when it's just simulate plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving its integrity, then unseat it from command position so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Those blues are coming on strong now, so I'm not really describing it so clear, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are plenty strongs. Guess it's time to sleep in bed. I'll back to it tomorrow, alligators. Send me to Travis Tate, CC Elizabeth Sobek, Archive Abuse. Mr. Tate, this mail concerns Apollo Archive submission number, whatever, your 666th submission in just 5 days, and oh, what a doozy. Despite earlier warnings re inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. Allow me then to thank you on 2 counts. 1, for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby consigning your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I have saved future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not just one, but all 16 installments of Making a Millipede. Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved. Extreme perhaps, but art. 2, for clarifying concept that has so long been ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself, the definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's famous utterance, "I know it when I see it." Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it is obscene. Accordingly, I've directed Apollo staff to summarily reject all of your future submissions, sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest the time you would have spent preparing further submissions on, oh, I don't know, your assigned work. We have a world to save after all, or the rest of us do anyway.
Looks like the only way onwards. Are these what I think they are?
Artificial wombs. Machines to spawn a new generation of human beings.
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords. Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances, but as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors, to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
FC chambers, the ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them and poring over technical documentation. Their revelation is astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Far Zenith and Trey to get these chambers, but it's worth it in a single leap. Their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risk of ECMO resolved, nutritional delivery resolved, hormonal stability resolved, 12 other risk areas resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand, but the rest of FC's technologies at this level, well, a human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible after all. Mass replication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm going to rest for a few hours, then get back to it. Expect a fabrication plan within 48 hours. Okay. Patrick to Sobek Cradle Servitor Personae. Development of the artificial Personae for Cradle Servitors. Nutrier Disciplinarian Healer continues at good pace. We are targeting Turing 0.4 for these constructs. This should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning our entrenched feedback loops between the disciplinarian and healer personae. I've also attached the reports of an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on disciplinarian and servitor's behavior. Parental argument, if you will. Amusing on first glance, perhaps, but deeply concerning. I've attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these interactive protocol shortcomings and just... Sobek, cradle sealed. Luthia 0 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing across Xinjiang province could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good for our maiden voyage a success. Ugh. Regards, my disputes with the Betas over zygote selection. Of course, we have limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans, but we can all agree there is margin for refinement in future cradle populations. Yeah. Donk. In addition to personally overseeing completion of the Luthia 02 site inside Mount Namuli, I will formulate and propose a modified zygote selection plan within the week. Okay, it looks like that's where I need to get. Can I get up there? How can I get up there? Is that where I came from? I think that, yes, that's where I came from. Oh, stairs? What a novel idea, stairs. Oh.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Okay. I'm hoping there's going to be a cutscene, it will save something, and then I'm going to bed.
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
So that's why we got Hades, okay.
Nuts would benefit from antilocane morphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good.
Looks like it used to hold something. Some component that got removed.
You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
All things. Where's my waypoint? I need to go to bed. It was Sobek, all alphas, subject, Odyssey has failed all. Some terrible news, I'm afraid. Farzenth has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed last night. Telemetry indicated catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo of Zygotes and Seas, its alpha build of Apollo, all were lost. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of human species and earthly life. We must succeed. Okay, so Odyssey was part of her project.
I'd have to ditch something.
That sucks. No wonder she has that much doubt about herself. Something like that really stings. Charles Ronson to Elizabeth Sobek, Artemis status. It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive about if those words can still mean anything. I had my sleeves rolled up negotiating with frozen zoos for their sample semi-species trapped in ghoulish hologram dioramas suspended in what-ifs. More than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. We started mapping out primary succession, selecting the pioneer organisms for a balanced, sustainable biosphere microorganism insects, rabbits and hawks, foxes and wolves. Thousands more that will have to wait their turn until our new generation can be entrusted with the duty of restoring them, so they can return to a world that, this time, will understand the concept of conservation before it's too late. It's already been too many too lates. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples we lost were, well, irreplaceable. But thanks to you, Liz, the circle of life will bend, not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again. But not now, not like this, not on our watch. I like that.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
I know those guys were supposed to be like rappelling on ropes, but just to see them like and floating down, so goofy, so fucking goofy.
Good. I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child.
Well, we're going to the Sun Ring, huh? I'm tired.
My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
I love Crispin Freeman, but the voice does not match the man.
If you're gonna go on babbling like this all night, could you just kill me now?
Oh no, we're in no hurry, you and I. Not now.
Maybe some physical torture to distract me from your voice?
At that moment, on the mountain, I aimed to kill you with dispatch, and you did not. Why? This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Some destiny. You're following orders, not some grand cosmic design. You're a puppet, with Hades yanking the strings. A pawn pushed around by larger forces.
Not quite the way we
It'd be laughable
twisted it, but
if there weren't so much killing involved. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then open the cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place, exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
The Nora have no part to play in this. Leave them alone.
Soon, they'll have no part to play in anything. That much is sure. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus, such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile. So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
Dr. Malevolently walk away. Ooh, leave you to your fate. Why don't you just kill me yourself, you fucking bastard.
Karja faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold! Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these, proud in broad light of day, were they not a proof moved by the sun and joined to our cause. Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Geronda ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the radiance in the eye of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands!
How many died just by breaking their fucking neck on that fall?
I'll never beat that thing without weapons. My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this room. Maybe I could use its stealth against it.
Sounds great. Sounds great. But that will not be tonight. Already stayed up later than I planned. A lot later than I planned. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Put beer number 3 up because, you know, I already drank it. I'm also kind of cold too, but whatever. I don't know if most of the time I'm just going to bed too early or going to bed too late, but nobody's around. I will not be here tomorrow. I need to get to bed early then. So, call a night. Probably see you Thursday, maybe Friday. I don't know. See how things go. Later.